Good morning, everyone, and thank you for welcome to today's Tri-Temple seminar. Thanks for making time from your busy schedules to be with us this morning. And we have we think it's a wonderful program to share with you. You're welcome to move forward today. You know, you could probably do it after, before when we have our panel discussion. So we'll be having opening chanting first, and then take a little break, and then have start the panel after that. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. The keynote from Iwohara Sensei, and then the panel. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you all for being here this morning, and don't worry, there are thousands of people watching us online, so it's not just you. us for the chanting of the Jusege. Let's see, in your service book, page 35 in the Jodo Shinshu service book. Namo Butsu, Namo Nabutsu, Namo Butsu, Namo Husatsu Daimuryo Jukyo Jusege Gagoncho Thegon Ishimu Jodo Shigan Humando Theifudyo Shoga Gao Muryoko Uinai Theishu Uthai Sho Bingu Theifudyo Shoga Gashijo Butndo Yojo Jipo Kukyo Ishomon Theifudyo Shoga Ryo Jujin Shonen Joe Shubongyo Shigu Yoyo Isho Tenminchi Namo Mirabutsu, Namo Mirabutsu, Namo Mirabutsu, Namo Mirabutsu. we chanted too fast. The service took less time than we were expecting, so we're just going to keep moving forward here. And we're going to move right into the keynote talk from Reverend John Iwohara. Most of you know me. I'm Gregory Gibbs from the Pasadena Buddhist Temple. I'm honored to be the supervising minister here. And John Sensei is my senpai. Senpai means your senior, the person who's ahead of you. John Sensei began as a Buddhist Churches of America minister 2 months before I did. So now, no, you know that in Japan that would count. That really would matter, big time. But yeah, so we went through a lot of the same things. But let me formally introduce our friend, Reverend John Iwohara. Reverend John Iwohara is a Jodo Shinshu Buddhist priest who received his novice ordination, Tokudo, in 1983. This was while he was an exchange student at the International Christian University as an undergraduate studying at UCLA, so exchange program. After receiving his Bachelor of Arts from UCLA, Reverend Iwohara went on to receive a Master of Arts degree from Wilfrid Laurier University in Canada, and then went to Japan to pursue formal studies in Jodo Shinshu Buddhism at Ryokoku University, the oldest university in Japan. After earning a Master of Arts degree and completing doctorate studies in Jodo Shinshu, Reverend Iwohara was assigned to the Buddhist Churches of America. Here in the Buddhist Churches of America, Reverend Iwohara has served temples in Fresno, Vista, Seattle, Venice, and is currently assigned to the Gardena Buddhist Church. At the Gardena Buddhist Church, Reverend Iwohara serves as the advisor to Ichimi, a term from Shinran's writings meaning being of a single flavor. Ichimi is organized for LGBTQ+ and allies and is officially recognized affiliate organization of the Gardena Buddhist Temple. And the Pasadena Temple has started a spin-off group, and we now are an affiliate. There's 3 of us, but that's nearly half the temple. So Reverend Iwohara has been a priest here in BCA for, as he tells us, over 25 years. Since he's 2 months ahead of me, I can tell you he's been a Buddhist priest at BCA for 29 years. So next year will be his 30th year. He has a very clear and penetrating understanding of Shinran's teaching, and I'm looking forward to hearing what he has to say. If I may then officially ask Reverend John Iwohara to come forward and give us our talk.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me well enough, or good? Okay. Excellent. Let me get something ready here. Okay. Excuse me. I'd like to begin with a reading of the Gosandai. Shoufu hoju o fuku toki wa, 5つの恩情をいたしつつ、旧章和して次年なり、小上君を来すべしとなまんだ。The pure winds blow in the jeweled trees, producing the 5 tones of the scale. As those sounds are harmonious and spontaneous, pay homage to Amida, the one imbued with purity. Namandaps, namandaps. Once again, good morning, everyone. Before I begin with my message, please let me take this opportunity to thank everyone here at the San Diego Buddhist Church for inviting me to be your guest speaker here for this Tri-Temple seminar, beginning with Reverend Gibbs. I would also like to thank everyone of the seminar planning committee, especially for allowing me to participate in several of your planning meetings. which allowed me to get a very solid understanding of what the intent of the seminar was. Also, thank you to everyone gathered here today for taking the time to attend and helping all of us to share in this marvelous and wonderful Nembutsu teaching of ours. Speaking of the teachings, and this is my segue into my actual message, the passage that I began with is poem number 41 of the Jodo Wasan. And the translation that I am quoting is taken from the collected works of Shinran and can be found on page 335 if you're interested in looking at it. This passage will become the focal point or theme of my message. And reading a passage at the beginning of a message is part of the ritual of giving a Jodo Shinshu Dharma message. This introductory passage is known as the Gosandai. And Gosandai literally means honorific title or passage of praise. And part of the reason why it is called the Gosandai, emphasizing san or praise, is because the entire ritual service experience is meant to be Buttoku Sandan, or praising the virtues of the Buddha. In other words, we are gathered today to express our indebtedness towards the activity of Amida Buddha's virtues, or the other power of Amida Buddha through praise. We gather in praise because through the other power of Amida Buddha, we have come to understand that our lives are completely affirmed by the vow of the Buddha. And by completely affirmed is meant that we have come to understand that no life is any less valuable than the next. However, this also means that no life is any more valuable than the next as well. This point is where we tend to stumble, because it is always easier to know when we are being bullied than it is to know when we are being the bully. And I'm going to repeat this because I think it is very, very important. It is always easier to know when we are being bullied than it is to know when we are being the bully. Bullying, I think, is a reaction that we have when we feel less or more valuable, more or less important than the next person. But I plan to get back to this point later. Because the Gosandai is meant to frame the Jodo Shinshu message, according to the ritual of giving a Jodo Shinshu message, the Gosandai has to be selected from specific Jodo Shinshu texts. You are allowed to quote other texts in your message, but these are not used as the Gosandai, because the Gosandai is meant to make sure that the message being given is a Jodo Shinshu one. Assuring that the message is Jodo Shinshu is important for obvious reasons. But one of the reasons is because by taking the time to more fully understand and experience what other power is in our lives is also how we praise the virtues of the Buddha by receiving the gift that is being given to us. We also discovered that it is through these kinds of gatherings that we also help the next person to experience what we ourselves have gained. And helping others to meet with the vow is also how we praise the virtues of the Buddha. Through sharing the service, through learning to praise the virtues of the Buddha together, by becoming Ondobo, Ondogyo, honorific co-equal friends, honorific co-equal practitioners, or what we call our Jodo Shinshu Sangha, we are expressing how we are equals, and as equals, how we are able to respect each other. Recognizing and realizing this in our lives is also how we praise the virtues of a Buddha. It is how we reflect our acceptance of the Buddha's wisdom and compassion. To help us to do this, in Shinran Shonin's praise of the Buddha's virtues, the Shonin wrote things like the Wasan. And Wasan is a term that literally means praise, san in Japanese, wa. It is a poetic style that was used by Shinran Shonin later in their lives. Earlier, Shinran Shonin relied heavily on prose, but even when they wrote in verse, they used Kanbun, or Chinese. The Wasan, therefore, was a completely different style that Shinran Shonin began to use. Shinran Shonin would write 3 different collections of these poems. The first, where my Gosandai is taken from, is the Jodo Wasan, or Praise in Japanese of the Pure Land. This collection was completed together with the Koso Wasan, or Praise in Japanese of the Exalted Priests. And this was done in 1248, when Shinran Shonin was 76 years old. The third and final collection, the Shozo Matsu Wasan, or Praise in Japanese of the Correct Semblance of Final Dharma Age, was written in 1258, when Shinran Shonin was 86 years old. Shinran Shonin will go to the Pure Land just 4 years after having finished this work. Renyo Shonin, the 8th head of the Honganji, publishes all 3 of these Wasan collections into a single volume that has come to be known as the Sanjo Wasan, or Praise in Japanese, in 3 volumes. Renyo Shonin publishes the Sanjo Wasan together with the Shoshin Nembutsuge, or what is sometimes lovingly referred to in BCA as the Long One. For those of you who are not familiar with the Long One, the Shoshin Nembutsuge is the verse that begins, Kimyo Muryo Junyorai, Namo Fukashigi Ko. It is a poem written in Chinese. Shinran Shonin leaves notations on their Chinese poem and informs us that in Japanese, these lines should be read, Muryo Junyorai ni kimyoshi, fukashigi ko ni namoshi tate matsuru. In English, the collected works of Shinran translates this as, I take refuge in the Tathagata of immeasurable life. I entrust myself to the Buddha of inconceivable light. And this translation can be found on page 69. Renyo Shonin combines the Sanjo Wasan with the Shoshin Nembutsuge, or Shoshinge for short, in 1473. Since that time, chanting the Shoshinge with the Nembutsu and typically 6 Wasan has become part of the standard morning service of the Honganji. What tends to be overlooked is how remarkable this standard service of ours is. Renyo Shonin has combined 2 separate verse styles, one in Chinese and the other in Japanese, into a single encounter. Because of this, every morning service at the Honganji is bilingual. And as long as the message is not given in either Japanese or Chinese, like today's message, the service experience becomes trilingual. Because of this, simply attending morning service becomes an expression of infinite diversity in infinite combinations in and of itself, or the theme of today's seminar. For those of you who are Star Trek fans, there is probably no need for me to explain where this expression comes from. Infinite diversity in infinite combinations. This is also known as IDIC to fans. It comes from Star Trek. In the Star Trek universe, the expression forms the basis of Vulcan philosophy. And Vulcans are an extraterrestrial alien species that have deliberately done away with their emotions and have adopted logic as their way of life. The greeting, peace, live long and prosper, typically accompanied with this hand gesture, is also said to be of Vulcan origin. This has also become the universal Star Trek greeting between fans. In designing the IDIC pin, which has been modified most brilliantly by Reverend Smitty for today's seminar and is found in the seminar flyer and program today, Gene Roddenberry, the creator of Star Trek, is quoted as saying that the pin is an ideal based on learning to delight in our essential differences as well as learning to recognize our similarities. One of my favorite Star Trek, the original series episodes, is titled, "Let That Be Your Last Battlefield." It is the story of a fugitive, Lokai, who is from the planet Charon. The people of this particular planet are black on one side and white on the other. Lokai is being chased by Beale, planet Charon's chief officer of the Commission on Political Traitors. Lokai requests political asylum with the Federation. And it is obvious that Lokai and Beale hate each other. Beale, in the following dialogue, helps to explain part of the source for this hatred. Commissioner Beale begins by saying to Mr. Spock, "It is obvious to the most simple-minded that Lokai is of an inferior breed." And Spock, who is Vulcan, replies, "The obvious visual evidence, Commissioner, is that he is of the same breed as yourself." "Are you blind, Commander Spock? Well, look at me. Look at me. You are black on one side and white on the other. I am black on the right side. I fail to see the significance of that difference. Lokai is white on the right side. All of his people are white on the right side." At the end of the episode, the Starship Enterprise is orbiting the planet Charon. The planet has been completely destroyed by war. Everyone on the burning planet is dead. The episode ends with the following dialogue. "It doesn't make any sense. To expect sense from two mentalities of such extreme viewpoints is not logical. But their planet is dead. Does it matter now which one of them was right? Not to Lokai and Beale. All that matters to them is their hate. Do you suppose that that's all they ever had, sir? No, but that's all they have left." This episode, I think, also talks about the potential danger of intolerance, or the opposite ideal of IDIC, infinite diversity in infinite combinations. How do we make differences like which side is black and which side is white? The trait that defines who is an outsider when no such difference is apparent. The skin color, gender identity, social class, age, political affiliation, and a myriad of other distinctions define us so differently that we no longer see the other person as a human being or as a potential friend? Are these traits so significant, to borrow Commissioner Beale's words, that it is obvious to the most simple-minded that the other is of an inferior breed. We may not get to the point of destroying an entire planet, but is destroying or negating a community or destroying an individual any better? I'm sure that you've noticed, and might be feeling this yourself, but I am told that I tend to give messages that are too hard to understand. Initially, in preparing for this presentation, I had planned to share several quotes, some fairly long, from several of Shinran Shonin's writings, and a couple more poems from the Sanjo-Asan. Because I was afraid that having so many quotes would be confusing, I asked the seminar planning committee if I could present slides as part of my presentation. I thought that if I used slides, it would make my presentation easier to understand, or at least easier to follow. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, I decided against using all these quotes from Shinran Shonin. Part of the reason why I like to introduce so many of Shinran Shonin's passages is because of what I experienced when I first started my career in the BCA. At the time, I was considered the young minister. Relatively speaking, I was younger than the average BCA minister at the time. Now, alas, I have become one of the old ones. But when I started, I was already in my 30s. Some of you might be thinking, 30 is still young. Well, it's definitely not old, but to a teenager, 30 is not young. Younger than 40 or 50, but not young. With that said, as the young/younger minister, I was asked to make a quiz for their district junior YBA to help determine who should be recognized as the outstanding chapter of the district. In making the quiz, I was told to make it not so hard and to be sure to include questions that everyone could get so as not to discourage anyone. To make the test easier to score and easier to take, I made it a multiple choice test. And what I had intended as one of the easy questions, one that I included to make sure that everyone would get at least one question right, was, what Buddhist tradition are you and your temple a part of? Is it A, Tendai, B, Shingon, C, Jodo Shinshu, D, Zen? And the answer is C, Jodo Shinshu. And I thought for sure that everyone would get this question correct. I anticipated that one or two would deliberately answer the question incorrectly, because if I was taking the test at their age, I probably would have. But of all the junior YBA members of the district that numbered nearly 100 delegates, only about 75% got the question correct. Almost 25% of them thought they were Zen Buddhists. A few answered Tendai or Shingon. The majority of those who took the test had attended their respective temples, their Dharma schools, for at least 8 to 10 years. And this experience has colored my career ever since. I also think that the fact that fewer and fewer of our Dharma school students are returning to our temples is related to this. The more optimistic among us will say, You just have to give them more time. They will come back to the temple when they start their families. Hopefully this is true, but not all will start families. Also, if all we give our Dharma school students is an elementary school understanding of Jodo Shinshu, if all we teach them is the golden chain and don't introduce Shinran Shonin's words to them, then it becomes all too easy for them to think that Jodo Shinshu is a tradition that stops at the elementary school level. And if they leave it behind, they are not leaving that much behind. Granted, for some, all they need is that elementary understanding. There are some who naturally understand the significance of participating in a multilingual, multi-generational service. However, it is also true that we are not the only tradition that can offer that. If that is what is key and doctrine is not that important, then it becomes very easy to move to another tradition. And if in making that move, you are moved by the doctrinal tradition that gave rise to that multilingual, multi-generational community and service, then there really is no reason for you to come back to our multilingual and multi-generational community and service. You might come back for Obon, eat chicken teriyaki and dango, and dance the dances that you learned from childhood, but you do not need a temple for these things. All you need is a parking lot. The point that I'm trying to make here is that Jodo Shinshu has a very rich, a very beautiful, and a very deep doctrinal tradition and legacy. We should not be embarrassed or afraid to enter and talk about it, to share our tradition. Likewise, we should not hesitate to apply these teachings to our lives and experience the full potential of what is being revealed to us by our teachings. How deep is our doctrine of Jodo Shinshu? Shinran Shonin, who first and foremost declared that they too are the recipients of the teachings, even while being the founder of our tradition, uses the image of the ocean. In the Koso Wasan, Praise in Japanese of the Exalted Priest, for example, Shinran Shonin writes, Jinjippo mugeko no daihi daiga no kaisui ni bonno no shurui kishi nureba chie no ushio ni ichimi nari. Rivers of blind passions, on entering the ocean, the great compassionate vow of unhindered light filling the 10 quarters, become one in taste with that sea of wisdom. And this is on page 371 of the Collected Works of Shinran. Here, the great compassionate vow is described as the ocean of wisdom that accepts all the different waters and is able to transform all of it into the single flavor of the ocean. However, in an earlier poem taken from the same collection, Shinran Shonin also makes sure to inform us how Hongan riki ni ainureba munashiku suguru hito zo naki kudoku no houkai michi michite bonno no jokusui hedate nashi. Of those who encounter the power of the primal vow, not one passes in vain. They are filled with the treasure ocean of virtues, the defiled waters of their blind passions, not separated from it. And this is found on page 365. In this poem, Shinran Shonin makes it a point to let us know that the water has been transformed and not replaced or negated. In other words, we don't have to become salt water or even become a little bit saltier as a precondition for our different waters to enter into the ocean. We do not need to prove ourselves worthy of the ocean. Instead, it is because the ocean accepts us that we are allowed to share in the virtues of being the ocean. In these poems, we discover that the idea of sono mama, just as you are, is a part of our doctrinal message. It is the ocean of Amida Buddha's wisdom and compassion that accepts us just as we are. This expression, just as you are, is not a catchphrase. It is part of our doctrine. It does not matter what kind of defiled water we may have brought to the ocean. All of it, all of us, is equally accepted. Being accepted just as we are is, in fact, how none of our lives can be lived in vain. Every aspect of our life is being affirmed and received. Our lives, in other words, cannot be lived in vain because the totality of each and every one of our lives is affirmed in the vow. The vow of Amida Buddha refuses to see any of us as a failure, refuses to see any of us as unworthy, refuses to see any of us as being anything other than special. This affirmation I mentioned earlier is meant to help us to understand that no life is any less valuable than another. This is important to hear, especially by those who feel demeaned, ostracized, threatened, or otherwise bullied. I would like to make this next point especially clear. The fundamental vow of Amida Buddha is making sure that we understand your life matters. Each and every time we say Namo Amida Butsu, we should hear the Buddha saying to us, your life matters. At the beginning of the Kyogyo Shinsho, Shinran Shonin also makes sure that we understand this truth by helping us to hear the following message. In the general preface, Shinran Shonin writes, Makoto naru kana, sesshu fusha no shingon, chōsei keiu no shōbo, monshi shite chiryō suru koto nakare. Wholly sincere indeed are the words of truth that one is grasped, never to be abandoned. The right Dharma, all surpassing and wondrous. Hear and reflect, and let there be no wavering or apprehension. This is on page 4 of the Collected Works of Shinran. But please also let me introduce my personal translation of the same passage. How trustworthy it is, the true words embraced and taken and not discarded. And the correct Dharma that is world transcendent and exists exceptionally. Hear and consider, let there be no indecisiveness or vacillation. The Buddha, we are being told, will absolutely embrace and take us and cannot and will not discard us. The faith of Shinran Shonin allows them to declare that the true words, embraced and taken and not discarded, and the correct Dharma that is world transcendent and exists exceptionally, are completely trustworthy. In other words, in Jodo Shinshu, any rubric we might use in our world to judge, demean, ostracize, threaten, or otherwise bully has no valence. It is false. Instead, we are being affirmed by the wisdom of a Buddha. The Buddha is informing us that what is true is that our lives matter. No life is any less valuable than another. Likewise, no life is any more valuable than another. This second aspect is sometimes easy for us to forget because we typically do not feel the pain that we create when we assume or take the posture that our lives are more important, more valuable than another. We may not intend to, but the impact that we have is that of a bully. This happens whenever we make someone feel that they are abnormal, deficient, inferior, weak, invisible, or otherwise unworthy or unwanted. Unfortunately, we do not always know when we do this. Even more unfortunate is that sometimes we do. Especially in the latter case, we often can't help ourselves. In the wasan that I began with, Shinan Shonin makes it a point to let us know that it is the pure wind that blows through the jewel trees. The wind that we sometimes blow, or the gossip, the rumors, the lies, the uncomfortable or hateful word, is far from being pure. But this is also the reason why within the fundamental vow of Amida Buddha itself is the promise. If there are any not born in my land who has faith and utters the Nembutsu, then I will not be a Buddha. This promise is not given, is not made to give us permission to do horrible things, but is meant to help give us the strength and the courage to let go of these hurtful habits of ours. We are being taught, we are being told that we do not need to demean another life to feel more important ourselves, to feel more right or more just. The vow of Amida Buddha is helping us to understand that our lives are so important that a Buddha is willing to renounce enlightenment if we are unable to appreciate the significance of our lives. In the Star Trek movie, The Wrath of Khan, one of the important lines of the movie is, "The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the one." However, in a subsequent movie, in The Search for Spock, we hear the words, "Because the needs of the one outweigh the needs of the many." I wanted to share this because the vow of Amida Buddha informs us that the only way to fulfill the needs of the many, meaning the needs of all, is to guarantee that the needs of the one, every one, is met. But what exactly is at stake here? If anyone is excluded, then all cannot be saved. If everyone can't be saved, there is no guarantee that I will be saved. And if I cannot be saved, then the vow of Amida Buddha has been rendered completely meaningless. How do we keep from destroying the very essence of Jodo Shinshu by ourselves? We need to keep listening to the vow. We need to understand that my life matters. That my life matters so much that the Buddha is willing to give up everything in order to make sure that I receive the Dharma of Namo Amida Butsu. At the same time, we need to keep vigilant to the possibility that even if I have been bullied, that at any time I might become the bully myself because I have learned to doubt my self-worth. We need to keep reminding ourselves and others how important every life is. And when we discover this truth, when we discover that we have been a bully, to have the strength, the courage, and the honesty to be able to say, I'm sorry. I hear Shinan Shonin saying exactly these words in the last two poems found in the Shozo Matsuwa-san, or Praise in Japanese of the Correct Semblance in Final Dharma Ages. Shinan Shonin writes, Yoshi ashi no moji omo shiranu hito wa mina, makoto no kokoro narikeru wo, zenako no ji shirigao wa, o soragoto no katachi nari. While persons ignorant of even the characters for good and evil all possess a sincere mind, I make a display of knowing the words good and evil. This is an expression of complete falsity. Zehi shirazu jasho mo wakanu konomi nari, shoji shohi mo nakeredomo myori no ninshi o konomu nari. I am such that I do not know right and wrong and cannot distinguish false and true. I lack even small love and small compassion, and yet for fame and profit, enjoy teaching others. Both poems are found on page 429 of the collected works of Shinran. In these poems, I think that Shinran Shonin is apologizing for inadvertently treating others as less knowledgeable. Although there were definitely times when Shinran Shonin had to correct an error, as indicated in several of their letters, and especially done through having to disown their own son, Zenran, Shinran Shonin still apologizes to all of us. We are not perfect. We will make mistakes. And we may never be as diverse as the vow intends. But it is especially because of this that we need to practice how to accept each other and to treat each other as equals, even with all of our differences. Because we are human and not Vulcans, because we are not Buddha or Bodhisattva, how can we be expected to live up to the ideal of infinite diversity in infinite combinations? We can begin by sharing the joy that we feel when we allow ourselves to gather as Ondo Bo, Ondo Gyo, honorific co-equal friends, honorific co-equal practitioners, and share our voices as equals in our ritual services. We can do this when we chant, for example, the long one together. The Shoshinge is not necessarily easy to chant, especially if you are not used to it. There is a pitch that changes throughout the chanting, and these notes are not necessarily easy to hit. Every now and then, there is someone who is off key. And when this happens, we often can't help but to look to identify who this person is. Like the last emperor, we might look and say, okay, who's messing up my mojo? But hopefully, because of listening today, we do not look to single out and shun this person by laughing at, glaring at, or learning to ignore them. Instead, when we hear this sound, we should be reminded that we are all equals and that we have all been embraced and taken and not discarded. Again, in the Gosandai that I started with, Shinan Shonin writes, 娼婦宝珠を吹くときは、5つの音女へ出しつつ、旧章はして次年なり、少女君を来すべし。The pure winds blow in the jewel trees, producing the 5 tones of the scale. As those sounds are harmonious and spontaneous, pay homage to Amida, the one imbued with purity. Please allow me to add my translation of the same wasan. When the pure wind blows through the jewel trees, the 5 notes are produced. Kyu and sho harmonize and is natural, just as it is. One should lower their head to the one purely imbued. In this wasan, Shinran Shonin goes to the trouble of naming 2 of the 5 notes of the pentatonic scale, or Kyu and Sho. Playing these 2 notes together will sound off-key to us. But in the wasan, Shinran Shonin tells us that these 2 sounds harmonize and is natural, just as it is. When we chant, instead of focusing on how off the sound might be, we are being encouraged to hear and listen to the Dharma that we are all sharing with our voices together. It is the Dharma that we are chanting. It is the Dharma that is allowing all of us to hear the vow of Amida Buddha. It is the Dharma that lets all of us know that we are all embraced just as we are. It is the Dharma that is constantly telling and reminding each and every one of us that our lives matter, that your life matters. It is the Dharma, the ocean, that accepts all of our differences. It is the Dharma that allows us to see that we are equals. And because the Dharma helps us to see that we are equals, we are allowed to share as equals. It is the Dharma that helps us to see how rich, beautiful, and deep our doctrinal tradition and legacy are. It is the Dharma that is allowing all of us to become a Buddha. When we think, say, and do things that move us away from that potential, instead of justifying our actions, it is the Dharma that helps us to reflect and to honestly say, I'm sorry. Especially while helping us to know our limitations, it is the Dharma that helps us to have the strength and the courage to change and be changed, like the river waters that enter into the ocean. It is the Dharma that continues to embrace and take us in. It is the Dharma that does not discard. It is the Dharma that helps us to say thank you with humility. It is the Dharma that allows us to praise the virtues of the Buddha. It is the Dharma of infinite diversity in infinite combinations. It is the Dharma of immeasurable life and inconceivable light. It is the Dharma of Namo Amida Butsu. It is the Dharma that can become who and what we are. With this thought, please allow me to conclude my message. Please also let me take this opportunity to once again thank everyone for allowing me to share this moment with everyone gathered, and thank you for your patience and understanding. Namondo, 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 namondo. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend John, for sharing your message on the topic. Theme for today's seminar. It's very interesting and something that I think that we all should be take into consideration for better awareness of how we practice our Jodo Shinshu teachings. We're a little ahead of schedule right now. So we'll give everyone a break till about 10:35. So if you want to use the restrooms, or if you want to go downstairs and get a cup of coffee, or have some refreshments, you're welcome to do so. So we'll reconvene about 10:35. Okay? Thank you. For the little background noise, we're trying to get that issue fixed.
And with opening Kansho, from there we will again turn the mic to Smitty Sensei. We rely upon the source of limitless wisdom and endless life. Namo Amida Butsu. Namo Amida Butsu. Namo Amida Butsu. Namo Amida Butsu. Namo. Okay, thank you all for being here at such a early juncture. Some of us don't get up till noon. And we certainly thank our panelists. Again, we've already heard once from Reverend John Iwohara, but we'll look forward to hearing more informal remarks from him right now. But I will, if I may, start with Smitty Sensei, and before I ask her to make some remarks, I will read what she has given me. Each of the panelists gave me a very brief background information. They're all humble. But this is Reverend Hokai Smith. Reverend Mary Beth Smitty Hokai Smith was born and raised in a suburb of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. She's a graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy and has a 24-year career as a naval aviator, piloting both helicopters and planes, retiring from the Navy with the rank of commander. Although raised in the Roman Catholic Church, Reverend Smitty became interested in Buddhism during her naval career. After her retirement from the Navy, she became a Buddhist Churches of America certified minister's assistant, receiving Tokudo ordination in 2019, and received Kyoshi certification in 2022. In addition to her Bachelor of Science degree from the U.S. Naval Academy, she received the certificate in Shin Buddhist Studies from the Institute of Buddhist Studies in 2017, and holds a Master of Education from Heritage University. Reverend Smitty resides in San Diego with her wife, Jackie Gore, and their gray tuxedo cat named Moonshadow. And it'll be a quiz later as what song that name comes from. So I will, if I may, ask Smitty Sensei to speak with us.
Thank you, Reverend Gibbs. I really was happy that we chose this topic to talk about here. It's not always an easy one to discuss. And also was happy that we're borrowing from the canon of Star Trek in order to have some thoughts about this. And I found that this eidetic ideal really is something that elevates diversity, and it's pretty clear and optimistic and a very inclusive way of looking at life. And in fact, doing a little research, I found that the series creator Gene Roddenberry, along with saying an ideal based on learning to delight in our essential differences as well as learning to recognize our similarities, he's been quoted on diversity in other ways too. He said, if we cannot learn to actually enjoy those small differences, to take a positive delight in those small differences between our own kind here on this planet, then we don't deserve to go out into space and meet the diversity that is almost certainly out there. So this wasn't just a, one-off kind of thing that he put into the series. This was really the way he felt about diversity. And he also said that diversity contains many treasures as those waiting for us on the other worlds. We will find it impossible to fear diversity and to enter the future at the same time. So he's saying that we really need to embrace diversity in order to go forward in life, that we can't do it without realizing what a treasure diversity really is. Our temples really should be a place of inclusion and a place where diversity is not only valued but celebrated. And we like to say, as Reverend John mentioned, that everybody is accepted as you are when you're here. And I'm here in some ways representing the LGBTQ plus community, but in reality, I'm really only representing me, a Jodo Shinshu minister who happens to be part of the LGBTQ plus community, because I can't speak for everybody else, really. We are so diverse that we all have our own personalities, our own ways of looking at things, and that's why we should treasure and value everybody for exactly who they are. And I have to admit, when I first started coming to Temple, I wanted to let others know about my LGBTQ identity, because I didn't want to find out after being a part of the Temple that I really wasn't welcome in the first place, but we missed that whole part of you. So, you know, I wanted to get that out front. And sometimes it's difficult for people to do that, particularly, you know, I came to the Temple as what you would call an outsider, perhaps, because I had no ties to the Jodo Shinshu community before coming to the temples. And for those who have perhaps grown up in the Jodo Shinshu tradition, whose families come to the temple, whose extended family are found throughout BCA temples and churches, sometimes coming out is a bit harder or trickier because they might be out to certain family members but not to others. And so being out at the temple can be hard because, you know, word would get around to other places and other parts of the family that maybe they weren't their authentic selves with. So I think I had that kind of an advantage of being an outsider in some ways and coming in. But for the most part, I found that my wife and I were both very much welcome here at the temple from the very start. Everybody was pretty much accepting of us. Perhaps some Sangha members took a little bit longer to kind of win over. But it's understandable, you know, when you aren't around people who are so different from you that you might not quite get that there are those similarities that you still have. And so we can have difficulties at times, but I was very fortunate that I was very well accepted here. But I wanted to share something that most of what I had encountered wasn't outright rejection or bigotry or anything. It was something that occurred in the form of microaggressions. And if you're not familiar with the term of microaggressions, it's defined as an action that is deemed to be subtle or indirect expression of a bigoted or discriminatory view or attitude. So for example, I encountered a person in our BCA temples who would never identify my wife as my wife or spouse. This person would always use the terms partner or significant other. And that might not seem like a big deal, but it was a subtle way of labeling me as lesser than, or not the same as a heterosexual couple would be considered. And, you know, thankfully, for the most part, like I said, I'm accepted just as I am. And that was just one of those things that most people wouldn't pick up on. But we all sometimes, you know, will engage in what we don't realize is this kind of microaggression, this kind of othering other people. And really, you know, with the idea of we are truly interdependent, we are truly all of one, we are all the same, we are all together in that sense, that we are all beings. It just kind of makes no sense to have these attitudes or to push away somebody else. even if it's just in these small manners that we do this. We have to sometimes work hard to embrace others, embrace those who are different. Because it was mentioned, you know, we do say, oh, well, you're older than me, or you're not familiar to me, so what am I going to do about that? We judge people and we segregate ourselves, and we say, oh, you wear orange hats and you wear green hats, and you know, I'm a green hat wearer, so you know, I don't know I want to have anything to do with an orange hat wearer. We have to be aware when we do that, because you know, we're rejecting interdependence when we take those kind of activities and we make those kind of actions or say words that might segregate us from other people. It's that diversity that really makes this place a treasure. It's that diversity where we really gain so much from each other. It's something that makes us as a whole so much greater than the sum of the individual parts.
Thank you for your meaningful comments, Sensei. It was very interesting. And I'm still thinking about what you said, and we must move on to our next speaker. And I will, again, everyone has been, our panelists have all been very humble and only given us a slight bit about them. But if I may introduce Arturo Rubio. Arturo Rubio was born in Tijuana, Mexico, more than half a century ago, and has lived in San Diego since 2011. He first visited the Buddhist Temple of San Diego in 2015 and received his Buddhist name the following year. He sits on the temple's board of directors and coordinates its Dana group. This year, he was certified as a minister's assistant and began translating Bishop Harada's weekly Dial the Dharma message to Spanish. When he can find the time, he records YouTube videos about Buddhism in Spanish. So I'm sure there's a lot more we will learn about Arturo Sensei, but may I ask Arturo Sensei to take the mic.
Thank you. Thank you, Sensei, for the introduction. Now I feel a little bit bad because I don't have any science fiction things to talk about. I don't know why I didn't forget to include something here in my talk. Anyways, before I go into today's theme, I'd like to talk a little bit about myself, my history. Some of Gibbs Sensei has already mentioned a couple of things, but let me talk a little bit about that. I came to the Buddhist Temple of San Diego, like Gibbs Sensei said, back in 2015. I wanted to learn about different religions back then, and at the time I was in the process of visiting various places of worship. So when I found out that there was an intro to Buddhism here, intro to Buddhism session here at this temple taking place on a certain Sunday, I put it on my calendar and came over. I really enjoyed how Katie Samita explained Buddhist history, concepts, also Jodo Shinshu. But I was there to just get an introduction to Buddhism pretty much. I wasn't really thinking of doing anything other than that. When the intro session ended and Katie asked if I wanted to attend the service, which was starting shortly after, I was like, okay. I know it's natural to feel apprehensive when one has no idea what's coming, who's going to be there, what the right protocols are, etc. So like I mentioned before, I had visited other places of worship during that period, gotten a glimpse of other religions, but I was basing my assumptions mainly on my past Catholic experiences. So yes, I was a little apprehensive at first. I think about this now and I smile knowing that there was really nothing to worry about. Everyone here was incredibly friendly. Everyone smiled. Yes, the service was different, the rituals were different compared to Catholic Mass, but I still felt very, very welcome. I've actually been in situations visiting other places where I've been welcomed in a way that makes me feel like an outsider. Like I'm on the outside looking in. Even a well-intentioned, you're not from around here, are you? I mean, like Smitty Sensei said, sometimes just a word or a certain phrase makes you feel a little bit excluded. So even that phrase with a smile made me feel at times that, you know what, I don't really belong here. I'm the outsider. This is the opposite of what I felt at this temple. Welcome, come as you are. It's pretty much what I've experienced here since that first visit. I hope other newcomers feel the same way when visiting our temples. I know that this is a recurrent conversation around here. How do we attract more people? How do we make them feel welcome? How do we keep them coming back? I know that this is also a recurrent topic throughout the BCA. But from what I've seen and experienced visiting other BCA temples in California, I think we're on the right track. We can always look for ways to do better, but we're definitely on the right track. One other aspect that I think is very important about Buddhism, Joro Shinshu, and our temples is the low pressure atmosphere. When I first started coming here, I was expecting someone to jump at me and ask, "Why are you here? Are you really Buddhist?" Or that after a while, someone would say, "Okay, you really need to convert to Buddhism now." Or you really need to become a member now. This is all optional, of course. We are all on individual paths, and we as individuals should have the freedom to decide what we do and when. And our tradition truly respects that. I like that. All of this makes me realize that I am accepted as a member of the Sangha, that I belong here, that I'm included and respected as an individual. And we as individuals come in all shapes and sizes. As an organization, we can always do more to make everyone feel welcome and included, regardless of sexual orientation, gender, race, or ethnic background. Buddhism is intrinsically open to all kinds of people and viewpoints. So as an organization and tradition, we are definitely on the right path. As an immigrant from Mexico, member of a minority, as someone who at times feels out of place, I feel welcome here. Again, feeling out of place can be, a certain word, a certain phrase, and you know what, I feel like I don't belong here. Or sometimes it can be actually be a stereotype that makes you feel like, well, I'm a member of a different group, I guess. Like a coworker once asked me, "Hey, Arturo, so you're from Mexico? Okay, so you really love soccer?" Not really. "Hey, Arturo, we're at a restaurant eating. Are you gonna have some tortillas?" "No, I'm actually watching my carbs." "Hey, do you want some salsa?" You know what? It kind of upsets my stomach. And the guy was like, "Dude, you're messing up all my stereotypes." Sometimes those stereotypes make you feel like, okay, I'm in a different group. I'm not with you or whatever. That's the way that I felt sometimes. But I see the diversity of this Sangha, the diversity of its ordained and lay members, and I know we have a good thing in this organization. This is not a diversity that is found, accepted, and embraced everywhere. We are truly fortunate to have been born into this tradition or to have found it later in life, like in my case. Infinite diversity in infinite combinations is the theme of this seminar. We are all pieces of a giant puzzle, a multitude of individuals with all of the quirks and nuances that make us who we are as individuals, that when brought together and combined, create a wonderful Sangha. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Arturo Sensei, for your kind and warm remarks. We are going to move on to our third speaker, and then we're all going to talk together. And our third speaker is Rosalind Dong, Rosalind Ross Dong. And she has told me to tell you that she likes to say, I didn't find Buddhism, but Buddhism found me. Buddhism found me, found Roz roughly 20 years ago at the Vista Buddhist Temple. The Vista Buddhist Temple has become such a part of her that she can't imagine her life without it. She has volunteered her services at the Vista Buddhist Temple by being on many committees, as well as having served on the board of directors twice. Presently, Rosalind Dong, who has been a certified minister's assistant for 9 years now, and she tells us it's a pleasure to be here with us today and to take part in this discussion on the topic of infinite diversity in infinite combinations. So if I may ask Rosalind to speak to us.
Thank you, Sensei, for that introduction. Yes, I did find my home in Buddhism. And for me to be there, it's very unique. And I'll talk to you a little bit as to why I find it something that I never expected in my life. I was brought up in a very conservative Christian environment and went through many, many Christian practices and still felt like there was something more. So when I found Buddhism, it just felt right. I mean, it just, there was much I didn't understand, but the feeling was right. And the longer I stayed there, the more I understood and the more comfortable I felt. So I want to talk about diversity and infinite combinations. Often we speak, when we're talking about diversity, we're referring to racial diversity, racial inclusion, as it's found in many places, in many ways. I'd like to refer to Lions Roar Buddhist publication in 2019, where they engaged several Buddhist teachers to share their thoughts on diversity, and primarily they were wanting to know what would Buddhism look like in 40 years. I won't be here, but we will leave a legacy. And so it's important for us, it's important for us to consider what we're doing now and how well we are doing it. So as has been mentioned, we are familiar with the view in Shin Buddhism that come as you are is our motto. And I was really glad to hear Reverend John in his keynote speech say, all are worthy. No life is any less valuable than another. We're equally accepted in Amita's ocean of wisdom and compassion. And so we say, come as you are, but we don't say anything after that. And it's important that each of us, when we welcome a newcomer, that we understand what we're saying when we say, come as you are. Because not everybody's going to understand that. There will still be questions about that. So I don't know how successful we are as Shin Buddhists in making sure that this particular message, come as you are, is widely known. So one point I want to address in diversity and its infinite combinations is visibility of Shin Buddhism. If you don't know we're there, how can we attract you? How do you know there is a temple in Vista that sits back from the street? And many people have said, I didn't know you were here. So we hear that often. How long have you been here? We didn't know you were here. So we welcome. One of the things I am proud of at Vista Buddhist Temple, I think you're going to have the warmest welcome before you even enter the door, because there will be someone sitting at a table before you enter to talk to you and to greet you. And as you go in, there are more people that are going to find out about you and make sure you know what we're going to be doing, what they're going to receive by attending the service. We have a little trifold that tells you what Kansho is, Gasho. And so these are words that I heard initially that I had no idea what they were or what they meant. Over time I did. So I think we're on the right track because we're letting people know some of the things they would appreciate the service more if they know coming in. So I find that to be very commendable at Vista Buddhist Temple. So I'm talking about visibility specifically in regards to how well known is Shin Buddhism outside of BCA temples. So let me share an experience I had that demonstrated the lack of knowledge and misinformation about Shin Buddhism. 2 years ago, I attended a weekend Buddhism event at Spirit Rock Meditation Center for blacks who identified as descendants of enslaved people. And I was there because that is how I identify. There were approximately 250 in attendance. Several Buddhist practices were presented by well-known black teachers, but no one spoke about Shin Buddhism. After the presentation, I asked one of the promoters of the event about the exclusion of Shin. She said, "We thought that was Japanese Buddhism," which to me meant that she did not know we were a diverse form of Buddhist practice, and to think that was only for people of Japanese heritage. And that shocked me because Shin Buddhism has been here longer than all of the others, but it is unknown. So I think it's really important to make sure that, and I think we're doing that now. We have social media, we have a website, and so those are ways that we can tell the internet world about us. I also think it's important that we show some diversity on the website, because if they go to the website and all they see are Asian faces, I can see how you can come to that conclusion. So it's important to be visible, and it's important to show that Shin Buddhism can be for everyone. So that feeling about who belongs in Shin Buddhism, it seems to be a prevailing impression among many outsiders. So how can we attract more diverse Sangha representatives from the community in which we live, when the impression is that possibly it's exclusion rather than inclusion? Okay, so I've already I always brag about Vista. I mean, it's the best temple. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm biased. And so I found Vista Buddhist Temple. Like I said, it's been about 20 years, and you already heard in the introduction, you know, how long I've been the certified minister assistant. But going back to race, there are 3 black people at Vista. There's a mother and daughter, and I'm the other woman. So it made a difference to me. The first time I came to Vista, I've already talked about the people that are going to be in the foyer to welcome you. The first time I came, the other black woman was there to greet me. So my question about, am I going to be welcome here? Am I going to have to understand Japanese? Do I have to take my shoes off? And so just by seeing her and speaking with her, even before I went in the Jundo, that helped me feel so good. So, I mean, representation does count. And I'm not saying we should go out and recruit black people, but we need to, I think about all those black people of wide range of ages that were at Spirit Rock. And after hearing the keynote address this morning, that would have touched the hearts of some of those people. That really would have. That would have aroused some curiosity about Shin Buddhism. Let me go check that out. But there wasn't the opportunity because there wasn't a representative from Shin to even care a minimal message of who we are. So, so that's my, those are my ideas on visibility and diversity. There's another area that doesn't get talked about, and I think Sensei alluded to it some in his talk when I think you mentioned not being better than somebody else, not looking down on others. So in the Lion's Roar article, one of the teachers talked about classism, and she called it the upper middle way. And it's something to consider because she was speaking, I think, particularly in terms of the spiritual, the secular groups, the mindfulness groups that tend to be middle and upper middle age, college educated people who have money, resources, who can go to retreats and pay and, you know, do all these things. But she says you're leaving out people. And so you're leaving out a lot of the population, actually. And I thought about our temple, you know, even though we make everybody know that you're welcome, I looked at myself, and I have a certain perspective of who I'm going to see and how it's going to be. And so with that perspective of people being of a certain class, it's subtle. It's something that I hadn't thought about. But she says they're the working class people that, you know, they work on Sunday maybe, or they can't come, but they would be interested in Buddhism if they had a way of finding us, and somehow if we were not blind to the fact that we're not the only ones in our community. Who else in our community are we overlooking? Not intentionally, maybe, but I think we can do a better job of finding a way to help, perhaps in the suffering of some of the homeless, some of the migrants, the immigrants that are coming with nothing. There's a whole lot that goes on outside our temple. And, you know, being on the Bodhisattva path, it's our job to try to end suffering. So, in a way, I mentioned classism, that we need to look within ourselves to make sure that we're not just wanting to be around people that are just like us, that talk like us, that have the same thoughts that we do, the same beliefs. Because if we do that, we are isolating ourselves from the bigger picture, the bigger community, the community that has many problems that we can ask, how can we help? I don't know, but we need to ask the question. And then, because this was important to Shinran, he left the elitist monastic order. And when he was exiled, he made sure that the workers, the farmers, the lay people, he made sure that they could have understanding of the Nimbutsu, that the Buddhist message, the teaching that he had was for all people, not just for the upper class. So I think Shinran was their guide. He made sure to deliver the teaching to people where they were. Also, Shakyamuni Buddha, he walked from village to village, and he included even the lowest caste, the untouchables. He made everybody feel welcome. So we have those examples that are foundational to our Shin Buddhist practice. So that I just end with questions because I don't have answers. These are just some of the things that I've been thinking about in terms of diversity and the infinite combinations. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. We're going to move on to Reverend John Iwohara, who has already been introduced, so we'll save time by just letting John Sensei move immediately into his remarks, if you would.
I'm lazy, so I won't actually hold the mic. For this panel, I wanted to focus on the work that the temple at Gardena is doing with the Ichimi group. Ichimi is our LGBTQ plus group. It is made up of individuals from that community as well as allies. And what is significant is the fact that they are recognized as an official temple affiliate group. That wasn't necessarily the easiest thing to do, but it was important that a group like this was recognized. In order to make that possible, we did have to put on 2 or 3 seminars to let people know what the issues were and help people get comfortable with having a group like this at the temple. In the first seminar that we held, we had what was called a star exercise, and it is a 5-pointed star where you write down who your friends are, your work, family, basically all the support structures you have, and then the workshop, the activity was that out, and your experience was such that this group did not accept you. That group did not accept you. And there are some who maintained all 5 points of the star, but there are other scenarios where everything was completely destroyed. And the point of it was, until you come out, you're never really sure who is going to continue to support you and who is going to reject you simply because you came out. And through that exercise, people began to recognize just how scary it is. Because a religious community, for example, is a place that you go to rely on, to know that there's a place for you to always have support. And if you do something that can potentially jeopardize that, you can understand why someone doesn't want to come out. And given the population that we have, there are very few temples that have members of the LGBTQ plus community, especially from within the Japanese American population, who are out. This does not jive with population data. And part of the reason why it became important for me was, well, I have family who is part of that community and who would not come out until their parent passed away. And I also have a friend who lost their partner and was just getting ready to go back out, and he met someone that they liked very, very much, but found out that they could not date them because this person found out that they were a temple member. And the comment was, "I'm sorry, I'm not completely out to my family, and the local temple network is so tight that if they find out that I'm dating you, they're going to know that I'm LGBTQ plus, and I'm not ready for that to happen." And so those are the kinds of issues that are faced. And I don't know if you've ever lied in your lives. And and in having told that lie, you're constantly worried about being found out that you told that lie. It's very, very uncomfortable and unnerving. You're constantly stressed because saying, "Oh no, does this person know that I lied? Does that person know that I lied? What happens when they find out that I know that I lied?" That's the kind of feeling multiplied 100-fold that a person from the LGBTQ plus community has to feel when they have to hide who they are. And as mentioned, I don't know if anyone here has seen the movie A Profound Silence that was produced by our Ichimi group, but the comment that I made in the film was, if we can't support our kids who are already part of the temple, then why would we expect to be able to share this teaching with outside people who are not within the temple? I'm sorry, that was a bad choice of words, and I apologize for that. But it shows the dichotomous thinking that we always have, that I need to constantly remind myself to be careful of, because inside, outside isn't real. It's the world that I create. I choose who is outside. I choose who is inside. And as an example, at the temple, I am part of the in group. I'm Japanese American. But growing up, I was always part of the out group. In elementary school, there were only 3 other Japanese Americans in the school that I went to. One of them was my brother. Middle school, my brother didn't go to the same middle school that I went to, so I was the only Japanese American until like the 9th grade. Then there was 3, a family moved in. And then in high school, there was 4, and one was a girl, and everyone looked at us and said, "Oh, you two should go out and date each other." And so I was always on the outside growing up. And all of a sudden, I'm on the inside within the temple, which is a safe haven because of that. But because I know what it feels like to be an outsider, I should be extremely cognizant of what that feels like. And it should motivate me to make sure that no one feels that way inside the temple, because I know how bad it feels. Unfortunately, it's very easy not to do that. And because of that, I've learned that when the shoe is on the other foot, it tends to kick just as hard. So, because of that, I think we need to work at making sure that we understand our prejudices and to really understand what the vow is trying to help us to recognize in our lives, and when we do, to find out just how much richer we are because of it.
Thank you, Reverend John. Humble not only in your biography, but in the brevity of your remarks, which leaves all the time for you folks to ask questions. So if we may, I'd like to start with questions from the attendees, and if those questions lag in coming forward, I'm going to ask the panelists to speak to one another, but that would be the kind of finishing touch. Does anyone have a question they'd like to direct to, and if it's a specific panel member, please mention which panel member. Don't elbow other people when you're going up to the mic. Speaking of in and out, in high school, I once went out with a popular girl just one time, and she says to me, "You know, you and your friends are like the most in of the out group." So, go ahead, Bill.
Thank you. This is a question for Reverend John, just because of your experience with the Ichi-Me group, and that is, what specific things should people be aware of in actually making the temple more completely welcoming or completely safe? And I was inspired a little bit in that question by Reverend Smitty's comments on microaggression, because a lot of us don't know what we don't know. And I was wondering, is there a way to train people in micro-kindness, for example? Most of us as Buddhists figure we're kind, you know, of course we're kind, you know, because of Buddhism, but it may be a kind of broad kindness that does not really see the other person completely. So anyway, I apologize for making it so vague and nebulous, but going back to the steps or next steps that temples can make to be a more welcoming place. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, especially because I think what the next step would be to have not just Gardena Buddhist Church have an Ichi-Me group, but to have several, if not all, the BCA temples have an Ichi-Me group. When that becomes possible, then I'm hoping to create a national review board so that all the Ichi-Mes are responsible for monitoring each other and being able to say that this is a safe space. Anyone can say you're a safe space, but you have to actually be a safe space in order to be a safe space. Having said that, microaggressions are probably the most difficult, especially since oftentimes we're not aware of doing it. So it is. So the one step would be first to recognize that microaggressions exist, and to help people understand when they are doing it, because oftentimes, as you mentioned, it's unconscious. As an example, I was called out on having microaggressive tendencies several times, but I'll use this one example. This happened while I was in Japan, and I was studying there for quite some time, so several BCA ministerial candidates were there at the same time that I was. And during that time, the Honganji had this slogan that said, "The Nembutsu teaching to our children and grandchildren." And a friend of mine said, "You know, that really makes me feel out of place." And I said, "Really? Why?" And she said, "Because I can't have children." And I said, "Well, I'm sure they didn't mean that." And she said, "Well, yeah, I understand. I'm sure what they meant by that is to make sure to pass the Nembutsu to the next generations." And she said, "Yeah, but that's not what they said." And so she told me that she felt completely disenfranchised because she cannot participate in what the Honganji is asking all of us to do. How do you pass on the Nembutsu to your children and grandchildren if you can't have any? And so that was one of the first times I recognized just how debilitating an assumption can be, and this would be considered a microaggressive act. It was not intended, but still had those consequences. One of the things that they always teach is that intent and impact are not the same thing. So what you intend and the impact you have are sometimes complete opposites of each other. And that is also important to recognize and understand. Jodo Shinshu, I think, is in a very, very unique and powerful place because part of what Namu Amidabutsu has behind it is a sense of being able to say, "I'm sorry." Being willing to listen to someone else when they're in pain, and then being there for them, and if you're the one causing the pain, to be able to say, "I'm sorry, thank you for letting me know, I will try harder," is very comforting to the person that you hurt. It's, well, only if you're sincere. But hopefully, if you are planning to try to start an Ichimi group, please do so. And if you contact the Gardena Buddhist Church group, I'm sure they will do everything they can to help you to start.
Norman, I think your mic's not on.
Sensei, can I continue with the question on Ichimigu? Is that a mostly Japanese or Japanese heritage individuals in the group?
It's a mixed group.
It's a mixed group. Okay.
But having said that, Ichimi is especially focused on the kids that grew up at the temple who do not have the confidence to come out.
Okay. The reason why I ask is because when I was in Japan, I remember meeting a lot of gays, Japanese gays, and if you're comfortable talking with them, they were comfortable talking to you about it. And so it seemed like it was, my experience in Japan with Japanese gays was different, and it seems more specific. So your situation seems more specific to America or the Western.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Well, let me also take this opportunity to point out one very obvious fact. A person who is LGBTQ plus is still a human being. Human beings like to talk to each other. They like to be supported. They like to know that they are loved, liked, appreciated. And so learning how to treat each other as fellow human beings is a very, very important thing. I think that's part of the the feeling behind the idea of ondobo, ondogyo, or what I was calling honorific, what did I call it? Friends and honorific equal practitioners.
Hi, my name is Judy Nakatomi. I'm a member of the Vista Buddhist Temple, and I just want to say I want to sign up for Ichimi. I'd like our temple to, so to say that publicly. And as a member of the Vista Buddhist Temple and minister's assistant, I wrote a letter to our board of directors earlier this year, and it was prompted by Sensei Gibbs from Pasadena, because I watched the news report of your flag, the rainbow flag being destroyed. And it was the impetus that drew me to say, how would I know? How would we know if we're supporting the LGBTQ plus community? And I've been sitting with this for years now at our temple because I wanted to see that representation on our website and more explicitly to be able to talk about it. And we just don't know. So I wrote a letter to our board. I made it a point to watch the film of Profound Silence. I've written an article, and it was published in Lions Roar magazine, called The Evolutionary Journey of Mothering. As a mother, a proud parent of trans and queer kids. And I don't know how their experience was growing up at Vista Buddhist Temple. I don't know where they were at that time. It's heartbreaking for me to know that, was I there enough for them? So I don't really have a question. I guess the question is that large question of how will we know if we are being supportive? If we're not asking those questions ourselves, for me as a parent, to know that I'm going to be on this continuing path of learning. And for the LGBTQ plus community, also about race, and thank you for bringing up classism, because that's something that I think we don't talk about a lot, but about the resources that some of us have. Some of us have not always had the resources, but yeah, these are really, really important topics, and I'm so happy to be present here today. Thank you.
Excuse me. Thanks so much. And although that was directly about Ichimi and the Gardena Temple program, I think that there are aspects of what you're asking that might be responded to by all the temple the panel members, if you don't mind. So why don't I ask Smitty Sensei if you have anything to say in response?
Judy, I really appreciate that you're trying to get this going, as to try to make sure that the Vista Temple is a safe space for people of the LGBTQ community to feel that they can truly be a full part of the temple and not just a hidden part within the temple. And I'd like to share with you a little bit of something that maybe I'm misremembering, maybe John Sensei can help me out here, but several years ago when Ichimi was just forming up at Gardena Buddhist Church, I recall going there for what was supposed to be a seminar or discussion, and at the last moment, some of those who were supposed to speak sort of withdrew from that particular session, and it was because they weren't out to everyone, and they had this concern that this was going to be an issue if they spoke up at Gardena. Would as we say, family is throughout BCA, would that get to others who they weren't out to, and they weren't prepared to do that. And I don't know if I'm mischaracterizing that particular session, Sensei.
It was our second seminar, and then as part of the second seminar, we invited several members of the LGBTQ plus community to come up and do a panel presentation. And the assumption was that they would come because, as the rhetoric goes, there is nothing in our Jodo Shinshu doctrine that discriminates against the LGBTQ plus community. So the assumption was that, yeah, they'll come. And we invited them, asked them to come over and over and over again. Several said maybe, but when we finally got a confirmation as to the date, they said, I thank you, but no thank you. I'm glad that you're doing this work, but I still don't feel safe enough to actually come out and speak on the topic. And so we had an empty panel. And basically that allowed us to say, see, this is how safe we are.
If I can share something else with you, I just happened to bring this quotation with me. It's from Reverend Kiyonobu Kuwahara of both Berkeley Buddhist Temple and the Jodo Shinshu International Office. One of the instructors at IBS, so many of you might be familiar with him. And in 2013, he had an article in Buddha Dharma magazine, now Lion's Roar, titled "Is My Sangha Inclusive?" And to sort of summarize, he said, "The Buddhist teachings are for everyone. We strive to follow the spirit of the Buddha and share the Dharma with others universally. All of our BCA temples share a common teaching of openness and inclusion. Our struggle is to ensure that each of our temples expresses it. Exclusion and discrimination, even in our own minds, is not justifiable. That said, discriminatory attitudes may arise. At such times, we should humbly scrutinize ourselves under the light of the Dharma and sincerely receive the Buddha's guidance. Only then can there be genuine respect, enabling everyone to find a safe and welcoming place within the Buddhist community." And I just want you to know that you shouldn't be discouraged if you can't get things right immediately. You know, try to form a group, try to set up a safe space so people know that they're welcome to be who they truly are. And as we just discussed with Reverend John, it didn't work out exactly as we thought it should right off the bat. But that doesn't mean you stop trying. It doesn't mean that you don't step back, take a look in your hearts again and say, can we do something a little better? Can we do something a little different to make this a more welcoming and safe space for others?
Thanks to the two senseis who just spoke. Anybody else have anybody have anything to ask Arturo Sensei? We haven't heard enough from Arturo, so yeah. But you may be second. You're next, Norman. And then Bill. I guess you'll need to move the mic. Yeah.
I am a grandparent of transgender, and I feel that we as Japanese Americans come with, there's some cultural barriers in our culture that makes it difficult for those that do come out to be to be received openly. And I think this is the difficulty that my grandson has had with our family. And so I'm just wondering if in the Japanese culture itself, because of how we were raised and how we were taught, that the reception for those that come out is really very difficult. And I feel that, you know, we're born with a baggage from our parents, grandparents, and so forth. And all that is bundled up into this individual and those that they interact with. And so I think that's one of the things that our, my children anyway, or my family has had to face with, is because of the culture that we come from, that is not very receptive in my experience in those that do come out. And so, and I just wonder if at the Gardena Church, if you have had sessions for those who are wanting to learn, or giving them opportunity to a place where they can ask questions and such. I am of the Protestant faith, and that is one of the things that my church had done, took out a whole year of education so that the membership finally came around to becoming an open and affirming church. And I just wonder if that's not how we can educate others, those who are curious, those who are against it or whatever, but a place where we can learn together.
Thank you very much for your very meaningful statement. Do any of the panelists want to respond to that? I mean, the statement stands on its own. Thank you. Very valuable. The next one in line is Norman and then Ralph for asking questions. Norman's deferring to Ralph.
Hi. I'm just sharing a comment through the chat. And this is in reference to Ichimi. And this is from A.T. Furuya, who says that I would be interested in going to San Diego Temple if they have a group like that, meaning Ichimi. So it's something our temple should consider. You know, it's a very important, you know, subject, and in identifying with diversity. So this is a comment from the chat. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ralph. And if I may ask Reverend Iwohara, besides Pasadena, are there any other temples that have affiliate Ichimi groups with Gardena?
We've been, the Ichimi group has been going, has gone several times to Stockton to help them hold seminars there. So we hope that they're very close to forming their own group.
I see.
And then San Jose has started something similar, but they called it something no mura. I forget what they called it, but it's so it's starting.
Great, great. Yeah, and we are, Pasadena officially has a group, and so since I'm the supervising minister for San Diego, let me encourage you to form a LGBTQ plus support group and join into the Ichimi network with Gardena and Pasadena, and soon Stockton and others. We have another question from the floor? We need a question for Arturo. He has not been, he has not spoken enough. Sharon, yeah. Let me repeat that, Sharon, because you weren't next to a mic. So Sharon is asking Arturo what he saw in the Jodo Shinshu teachings that was especially resonant and appealing to him as compared to other forms of Buddhism.
Well, I would say that originally, when I was doing my personal project, learning about different religions, I'm assuming that a lot of people have this experience that when they first hear of Buddhism, first thing that comes to mind is meditation. So that's something that I did learn studying at first, and I was amazed, like, wow, I mean, there's scientific proof that your brain changes, there's activity, there's certain levels of activity in your brain where you're meditating, and so I was like, wow, I mean, there's probably very good benefits, doing meditation and all this. I continued studying, reading more books, and a lot of them very, very into traditional Buddhism, the meditation aspect of Buddhism and all that. But I think I did get to that point where I was like, be realistic. Do you really think that you're going to be able to do this? Especially if I'm, a father, a husband, full-time job. You know what? This is interesting to read, but realistically, can I do this sort of thing forever and ever as a practice and reap benefits from it? I ended up thinking, you know what? I think this is highly unlikely. So I continued studying, and then I came to the temple, started learning a bit more about Jodo Shinshu, and again, due to my Catholic background and some of the issues that I had with Catholicism as a kid or as an adolescent, first thing I hear of Amida, I was like, this sounds like, who is this Amida that they keep mentioning in the website? I was like, but I kept coming and learning a bit more about Jodo Shinshu, understanding what Amida Buddha represents, and then it became very acceptable to me. Okay, I understand. We're not talking about a god or anything like that. So I got to that level where that was very understandable, and I had no problem with that. But reading more about Jodo Shinshu history, reading about the experience of Shinran and his teachings, I was like, yeah, this makes so much sense. I mean, this is a Buddhism for the average Joe. I mean, you can be married, you can have kids, you can have a full-time job, you can be rich, you can be poor. Jodo Shinshu is telling me what I already know. I'm a very limited person. I have limited abilities. I'm imperfect. So that really resonated in my case. And to this day, I continue to study, hearing the Dharma talks from many ministers, and it's a recurring thing. Like we rely on Amida Buddha because there's nothing that we can do on our own. We are so limited, and you're like, yeah, I mean, I'm imperfect. I'm not gonna fool myself. I'm imperfect. There's no way that I can do any kind of complex practice. So this is the Buddhism for me. Jodo Shinshu is for me. I'm not going to become Tibetan. I'm not going to become Zen because it's interesting to study, but I think that's pretty much the extent for me. Very interesting, the history, the philosophy, very interesting. But to actually start a practice from a Tibetan standpoint or Zen standpoint, no, Arturo, come on, be realistic. You're not going to be doing this. So that's what mainly resonates with me.
Yeah, Laverne Sensei. Norman was ahead of you, but he's jumped back in. No, you deferred. Oh, you're just getting rid of the mic? That's awfully good of you, Norman. I was supposed to do the Phil Donahue thing.
You want to hear my question? So what Rosalind shared about the conference that you went to and nobody was there to speak or represent Jodo Shinshu Buddhism. I'm a convert, I did not grow up with Jodo Shinshu. I had no idea who Shingon Shonin was until about 15, 20 years ago. But the Dharma, you know, what we learn by listening at our services is very profound and very universal. However, again, in my limited experience, I remember about 10 years ago going to a map session at the Jodo Shinshu Center, and they introduced the finance committee to our group. And I think there were like about a half a dozen, all male, all Nikkei on that committee, and I thought, oh. And then I went to my first national conference, and I looked up at the head table, and it was all Nikkei. So, you know, I think that when you said there was no representation from Jodo Shinshu, that's kind of a reality. I mean, we had our first BCA president that was a woman. That was from Vista, right, in its 100-year history. And so my question to the panel is, what do we as individual temples, certainly, what do we as BCA and national organization need to do to spread the Dharma, this universal, wonderful teachings, to a greater population? Because I think it's very relevant. And I think the conversation about diversity and inclusivity, it's very universal, that it doesn't have to be just to Buddhists. It can just be, you know, to everybody at large. So I don't know that you have suggestions, but.
Well, Laverne Sensei, would you like each of the panelists to address that? Okay, so the baton is passed to whichever panelist wants to speak first. Rosalind, please go ahead.
Excuse me. I don't know that I can add more than what I've said, but, you know, I hear you. Representation matters. And if you don't see representations from different groups, women, different race, then, you know, that assumption is just going to be hard to eliminate or to break through. I think, you know, I can speak to what happens at Vista is the community, the Buddhist community gathering, and that's been an opportunity for different people, not, you know, just Shin Buddhists, but they may not have been Shin Buddhists, but they were probably not of Asian heritage, all of them. I think you have to be seen. There needs to be a presence. And I go back to the internet, to the website. If there are pictures, if there are comments from different representations of, you know, in the temple, most of the newcomers that come to our temple, they find us through our website. You know, that's how they know where we're located. You know, we don't have the answers to all their questions there, so that's why they come, you know, with questions. That's okay. But I want to mention something else that also stands out to me where I have felt uncomfortable. I feel very comfortable at Vista, of course, and the few times I've come here to San Diego, I felt comfortable. Where I have not felt comfortable is at the big conferences that BY, National BY in San Francisco, I think it was, I looked around and a lot of the conversation was in Japanese. They tried, we sat at a table, they mixed us up. You didn't get to sit with, people you knew. And the people I sat with, I really wasn't able to communicate very well. And so we smiled at each other. And that was nice. That was a way of acknowledging each other. But, I have felt that. I have felt, being the only one in the room. And I wanted to mention on something, I think that Smitty Sensei, about microaggression, in a way that I've experienced that and still do, it's where are you from? It's not the question that at Temple, oh, what brought you here today? We're glad you're here. But where are you from? And, I'll say Oceanside. Where are you really from? And to me, that person is trying to put me in a box. That person is trying to, say, this is where you're from, so this means you are XYZ, And so, to me, that's microaggression. And I find it offensive. And I have polite ways of I won't answer the question. I've already answered the question. I'm from Oceanside, California. But I have had that experience more times than I can count.
Rosalind, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
You mentioned this seminar that you were at Spirit Rock, and
right.
You only saw one other African-American person, was it?
Oh, no. The whole conference were African.
that was that one, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering,
the other conference, where I felt like
you were alone.
Yeah, that was the big, they just had a BWA in Japan.
International
I didn't
Buddhist
go
Home
to that
Association.
international, but the one before that was in San Francisco, and I did go to that one.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyone else have a question for any of our panelists? We're running ahead of schedule. Ricky, please come forward. We're supposed to go on another half hour before the service. Make up questions. You can think of something.
There we go. Well, since we have so much time, I'll take a twofer. Well, the first one is more of a comment or an offline question. Interestingly enough, I'm the president. My name's Ricky, the president of Vista Buddhist Temple, and I'm the guy that had to open up Judy's email about asking Vista Buddhist Temple to be more proactive and embrace diversity and inclusion. So I would also like to sign up as an intern for the Ichimi Figure Out How Do You Do This? And it is not only intriguing, it's essential, I think, for every temple to figure out how to have their ally advocacy awareness group. So, Reverend Gibbs, Reverend John, I'd like to intern with you, and maybe offline you could help me figure out how to do that. We've had a couple of conversations at the board level, and it's easier said than done. I mean, it's not getting much traction, trying to figure out what are the first steps, what are the direction, how do you start that? So, yeah.
Let me point out one thing, is that for the Ichimi group, as Iwohara Sensei has pointed out, there are basically two kinds of members. There are LGBTQ plus persons, and there are allies like John Sensei and ourselves. So you got to remember that that's why we only have 3 members at Pasadena. 2 of us are allies, and we only have 1 young person who openly identifies as LGBTQ plus. So you can't out people that aren't ready. That's the thing. So just be aware of that, if
Right.
you don't get a lot of response, some people still need to protect themselves.
Right. Okay.
Please go ahead.
Thank
Yeah.
you. My other question is for Arturo. So I understand from comments that you interpret some of Reverend Harada's Dharma talks into Spanish. And so I would presume somewhere you are the outreach guy to the Hispanic community for Buddhism. So how's that going? And you know, I guess my general question is, A, how's it going? And B is, what is your perception or what are your thoughts on offering Shin Buddhism or Buddhism to the Hispanic community? I mean, we all live in one, and we're all looking for communities to build ours. So what's your experience and what are your thoughts about those prospects?
Well, the first part of it, I would say that it's a slow process. I don't see a lot of change overnight, but I do see. I mean, when I started coming here, people from the Hispanic community that have come forward, I mean, it's a little drip, but it's more than I saw before we were actively trying to, make contact with the Hispanic community. So I think it's still a positive thing. And yes, I'm kind of like the go-to guy. So whenever Linda, our secretary, gets an email or a call from somebody speaking Spanish, hey, I want to learn about Buddhism, she immediately sends me the name and phone number, and I reach out. And every so often, they will have a lot of questions, and we may talk for 30, 45 minutes, and I will try to answer all their questions. And then some of them do come. Like right now, there's two Mexican families here at the temple. I'm a member of one of those families. There's another one, but there's several individuals, 2-3 individuals that started coming in after we had the conversation. They were interested, and I see them here on a somewhat regular basis. So I think it's a slow process, but I think we are definitely on the right path. I think we just need to find ways and probably find the time to try to expand those initiatives or those options to reach out to other to other people from the Hispanic community. A lot more, maybe social media, maybe completely separate channels of social media, Twitter, Facebook, whatever. I don't know. It's something that we have to talk about. From what I've seen personally, when I've tried to do research or just study, read a book or whatever, I think there's a lack of Spanish content specifically in regards to Jodo Shinshu. So if I go online and do a search for Buddhism, yes, I will find a lot of information, general Buddhism mostly, some from Spain, some from other places in South America, but specifically Jodo Shinshu, very rare that I find any kind of people who are actively writing articles, answering questions, stuff like that. But again, it's finding the time. And something that I want to do going forward, the next time that I get a phone number, a name of somebody a Spanish-speaking person who is interested in Buddhism, I'm going to start doing this little pilot, this little test. I'm going to, hey, would you be so kind as to fill out this little form? Simple questions like, how do you consume content? What is your preference? Do you want to watch my videos? I mean, because there's videos on our website in Spanish. Do you want to see videos? Would you prefer to read blog posts? Would you want to get like a Kindle book, a PDF, some kind of a digital book that kind of explains the topic? history of Buddhism, Jodo Shinshu, or whatever, that's something that right now I'm kind of thinking about. Very interested in. Yes, we are doing the videos. I'm translating Reverend Harada's weekly Dial the Dharma messages, but at the same time, Reverend Harada and I, we had that conversation about how much traffic are we really getting through that service. Is it possible for you to contact the phone company and just numbers? Hey, we got 100 calls in a month. How many of those went to option 2, which is Spanish? You know, that would give us somewhat of an idea if this is working or I still think there should be some kind of content out there, even if you're not getting a million hits or whatever. But I think one thing to do is to talk to those people and say, hey, what are you looking for specifically? Maybe based on what you're telling me, maybe I shouldn't spend a lot of time just shooting videos when maybe you like to read. Maybe you want to download a book and read it or whatever. I mean, that's kind of like what I'm trying to do in the future, to try to focus to what people are searching for. But I think there's a lack of content.
So Ricky, let me repeat your question in front of the mic for those thousands of people that are watching us in cyber land. Yeah, Ricky is asking if we all genuinely have this interest in including persons from various Hispanic communities. Is the only way to do that to use the Spanish language, given how many bilingual Hispanic people are in this country? A basic question, yeah.
Yes, I think that's a very good, very good question. I still think that we should try to reach out. I mean, the English content is already there. I think we should really try to have options in Spanish, because even if we talk about Mexican Americans, even in one single family, there may be members of that family that don't really communicate well in Spanish, in English, I mean. So not every single person, Mexican American in this country, actually speaks English. And Reverend Harada actually asked me that. Well, have you talked to other people at the temple to know if they're listening to? Well, I said, you know what? There's this other family, Mexican family, but they do communicate in Spanish, but their main language is English. So I don't think they're going to be listening to my message in Spanish. But to answer that question, I think we should also have options to communicate directly to that community in Spanish. Where it goes from there, if they eventually say, oh, you know what, I don't care if it's English or, okay, well, but at least they know that the option is out there.
Let me say something, if I may, Ricky. 30 years ago, Reverend Cujo and I both said, you need to get flyers out in Chinese and in Spanish. And the flyer in Spanish should say, the service is in English, but just to show the respect, that putting those out in those two languages would be a showing respect and maybe getting some response. The other thing, let me say, is that the kind of work that Arturo is doing, we can't measure the success by how many Hispanic people walk into our temples. We're getting the word out there. You don't know how many people he's touching who then pick up books. And for us too, maybe they don't come to Jodo Shinshu, they go into Zen or they go into Tibetan, but we've still opened the Dharma gate for them. Sorry, Bill, go ahead.
No, I really appreciate your question. This is way out of sync in terms of timing, but when Reverend John was looking for the name of the San Jose group, one of our thousands of cyber listeners texted that it's Minna no Mura. Minna no Mura. So these are useful bits of information to those of us who will hope to mine the collective wisdom within our BCA tradition of those folks who are taking these first steps. So that's why I thought it was important to mention. I also wanted to see if there were any thoughts in terms of flipping the model slightly against the challenges that are being faced, but also the fact that although it's not our experience when we first get into Jodo Shinshu, the BCA, that it's monolithic and unchanging, it continues to change tremendously. Just to posit that in spite of our limitations as people, we can all be part of that change in a positive way. But I remember starting in the 70s, later 70s, but in the 70s and 80s, a much different national organization, a much different local temple. And if I could be allowed to say something optimistic, and that is that it seems to me like we continue to head in a positive direction. But I'd welcome comments from the panel in terms of the concept of a change as a base Buddhist concept. Thank you.
Yes, so please, our panelists, if any one of the four of you have something to say to that, please do address it. Yes, please.
And then the, expansion of all this vocabulary of LTGB plus, and then, it keeps adding on, and it's like, oh, what's that new one, right? So anyway, I think this is like a good, a good educational and exposure, and more of these kinds of sessions might be good too. Just more education of the general public, and like in my case, I try to keep up, but then I keep hearing new words pop up, and I'm like, oh, what does that mean, or what's that group, or, and then also like Reverend Smitty, when you mentioned like in your talk about somebody saying partner and significant other. Well, at one point those were supposed to be like quote good words because it meant you were keeping up with the times, and also I thought it was good because it wasn't pointing out gender. It's kind of like, how they were trying to switch to gender neutral words. And so it's hard to keep up with what is, if you politically correct or current terminology or what's going on. A lot of the stuff is new to a newer generation, so to speak. And there's still, so anyway, like I said, brings out my own ignorance. There's still a lot of like identities that I'm confused about, like, okay, now which identity is that, or how do they identify with, and what's proper and not proper, terminology, or, meaning like you might offend somebody, but you didn't mean to, you just like were ignorant or something. Anyway, that's just my comment. My comment is so like a panel like this is very good for education, and if you have more of these kind of for the general public, I think that's good. And showing diversity on the panel. Thank you.
And if the panelists have anything to say, please do. But there are organizations such as PFLAG. You could go on the internet and look up PFLAG that will give you just exactly that kind of information. What language is considered offensive, what to be careful about. And you look up LGBTQ, and you ask one question, which is a good question I can't answer. So it's LBGTQ plus I. No, if you don't stick the I in there, are you going to offend somebody? I think, and I want to hear what the panelists have to say, but I believe LBGTQ plus is enough. They understand plus includes the I, intersex, or whatever. But that's something I don't know. That's my reading. Do our panelists have a different take on that? If I say LGBTQ+, is that discriminatory for having left out I or a couple others?
Yeah, those are some really good points because originally it was just LGBT. And that was meant to include everybody. And then we started adding more letters to be more inclusive. So we got LGBTQ, Q, I, A. I can't remember what comes next. But those were to represent different parts of the community to be more inclusive. And because this acronym started growing so much, we said, okay, we're going to cut it off at the first Q and put a plus there to say that there's many other ways to look at this and not just what's represented by these first few letters. So it even confuses those of us who are part of the community because, as you said, the language changes. What may be proper during one era becomes offensive in another era. So the best we can do is to try to learn and ask questions not in an offensive way, like, where are you from? No, really, where are you from? But to say that explain that you're trying to learn, and so what does this really mean, and what term would you prefer that I use? In fact, that's a very good way to ask someone is, what term do you prefer that I use? Because I'm sure, as you pointed out, that the individual who was using those terms of significant other and partner was very well-meaning by using them, and didn't consider that, yes, well, that was accepted at the time, but then same-sex marriage became legal within the U.S., and so you no longer had to call somebody your partner. You could call them your spouse now, because you were able to legally be married to them instead of being excluded from that group of people. So yeah, one of the best things you can do is say, I'm unaware. Please help me understand. What term would you prefer I use, or what language would you prefer I use in order to say this? And we have had, BCA has had some seminars, online Zoom seminars, where this kind of thing is discussed. And the attendance was okay, but not that huge. I think we need to help promote that in our temples, that if we can get together another such seminar to help people understand things like this, that's very useful. And as long as I have the microphone, I'd like to say something to Ricky. We are very fortunate to have Arturo here as part of our temple. No, you may not poach him and take him away from us. But, you know, it makes me think about how I hear a lot of folks say that when, you know, being Japanese American and as kids coming to temple, there was so much Japanese spoken, they didn't understand what was going on because they were born here, they learned English, and they weren't sure about a lot of things that were, you know, the Dharma talks were predominantly in Japanese at one point. And then we slowly grew through this shift in BCA of everything being in Japanese to more things in English, with we include occasional Dharma talks in Japanese. And we have seminars where we have speakers who will address topics in Japanese for those who are more comfortable with this. And I think the same is true about, now here you go. Do I call folks Mexican Americans? Do I call them Hispanic? Do I call them Latinx? Yeah, so all these changes in our language of how we address each other and consider each other can be confusing. But the point is that will that help folks who are more comfortable speaking Spanish to know that there are resources, there's someone they can talk to, someone who can help them understand, especially, the words we use in Buddhism in general, Jodo Shinshu specifically, are not common words in any language. Whether we're saying something like Bosatsu or Bodhisattva, that's not something that we just throw around in everyday conversation. So we have to be able to not only translate it, but explain to people what this means and why that term is important to us. So perhaps if we even put those announcements out there, as Reverend Gibbs mentioned, in Spanish, to say, yes, the service is going to be predominantly in English, but you're welcome to come, and we will try our best to share the teachings with you, and try to find a way to facilitate that discussion, that conversation for people.
Thank you so much, Sensei. My calendar is very free today, but we have come actually to the end of what was going to be our session. Why don't we extend it a bit, and I'll take final questions, if there are any, and then ask each of the panel members to make a brief closing statement. That whole thing would run about 15 minutes. Is that okay? And then we'll have our closing service. So, Ralph, you were the first at the mic.
Thanks, Reverend Gibbs. Thanks for being flexible. I just have two comments. One that comes from the chat, and this is based on resources, to share that there are the API, the Asia Pacific Islander, and then PFLAG groups, and then the Okaidi Nikkei LGBTQ plus community that are probably resources that individuals can reach out to for assistance. And also I have a comment about, and this is based on for the what Arturo has mentioned. Back in our YBA days, we hosted a group of Buddhists from Mexico City, and they were probably 90% Japanese Mexicans, and then the rest were Mexican, full-blooded Mexican. And but they came to San Diego. They were college age, and basically to come to experience what Buddhism for young people are like in the United States. And it was a wonderful opportunity that we had with this group, and to share experiences, from both from Buddhist perspective, from Jodo Shinshu side in America, and then of course their Jodo Shinshu side from being from Mexico. So I just wanted to make that comment. And for the Vista group too, I think Terry was part of that group in that sharing. So you might want to ask her about that experience that we all had with them. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ralph.
Hi. I'll ask a question just to help Phil. This is for everyone. Just a general question in regards to Buddhism. What event in life do you think you have might have actuated your thought toward going toward Buddhism? And just to to start the process. Myself, I've been a Buddhist ever since I was a little boy, being dragged around to Vista, back and forth, and everywhere. So, and learned Buddhism and such. But I don't think, after thinking about it, I don't think I really thought about Buddhism and how to apply it, how to apply the Dharma, until I had a life event where, over 15 years ago, where I had to start taking care of my dad, who had a real bad dementia. So, and then I had other life issues as well. So that kind of got me started reflecting on my inner self as to how do I project myself, how do I take the next step, and so on. So maybe if you...
Yeah, thanks, Norman. That could be the basis for the closing statement by each of the four panelists. And so, please ask each of you to say as much...
I think for me, a part of it was I felt that I was being rejected by the religion I grew up with, which was Catholicism. And I had a question at a seminar recently where someone asked me, well, you know, that's one of those religions that has a lot of rules and requirements, and didn't you feel like by leaving Catholicism that you were going to go to hell? And my response was, well, from what Catholicism taught me, I was going to hell anyways. So what did it hurt for me to become Buddhist? For me, it was something as really not as profound as a difficulty in life, but like I said, I was looking for something, searching for something other than that tradition I was brought up in. And it was that while I was stationed on Kauai, I had some friends who were Buddhist, and I didn't know anything about Buddhism at the time. And they invited me to an activity at the temple. I think it was like bazaar or something of that nature. And I wasn't sure at the time, but it was just some more social gathering than it was an actual service that I went to. And I just thought it was kind of cool, and the people were so nice. And all that did was plant this little seed. I didn't even know that it was Jodo Shinshu Buddhism, you know, that I was initially introduced. But it planted enough of a little seed that, oh, this might be another option for me to explore. And I did over the many years that followed, tried to experience all different types of Buddhism, tried to read and learn the best I could about different Buddhist traditions. When I was stationed in Japan for my last duty station, I went to all kinds of temples and to experience what they were sharing and teaching. Unfortunately, my Japanese was not very good. I spoke about the level of a toddler or, you know, young child. So much was difficult for me to understand unless they had somebody who could talk to me in English. But I just found this attraction growing, and I realized that, oh, I was really meant to be a Buddhist. I was just happened to be born into a family that didn't practice Buddhism. So what I think that it did show me that Buddhism itself is very diverse. The people who practice Buddhism are very diverse. And we just have to figure out, you know, where we truly fit in. And that's life, too. We have to figure out where we fit in life. We have to figure out where we fit in Buddhism. And fortunately for me, it was Jodo Shinshu, where I fit in. And becoming a minister was a process, but I got a lot of encouragement from a lot of temple members and from ministers who were very very positive about things, saying that yeah, if you felt that draw, if you wanted to others to feel what you feel, then you should go out there and try to share this with others. It's the only way we can really spread Jodo Shinshu, is by being visible and by sharing what this means to us with everyone else.
In my case, it wasn't really a big event in my life that brought me here. It was kind of more like a personal project that I was doing at the time. I just wanted to learn about different religions. So I was studying a lot about different religions, visiting different places here throughout San Diego, different churches, Orthodox Christian churches, the Muslim Center, the Sikh church, a lot of different places. And I also came here. So I was doing my thing every weekend. I would put something in my calendar. Okay, now I'll go to this place, and so on and so forth. So once I was done with that little project, I still kept coming back. I came to services. I kept coming to Buddhism 123 on Wednesdays. And I was like wondering, like, wow, well, why am I still coming? I'm done with this little project. Why am I still here? It was just mainly the way that I felt when I was here, or when I'm here. It's what the freedom that I experience here. Like, you know what? This is. I feel like this is where I belong. I feel so relaxed, and coming from a Catholic background, it's kind of ironic. Like, you know what? I never felt like that at a Catholic church through all my years going to church every Sunday. It was not this experience. So that is why I'm here. That's why I keep coming back. But going back to the different things that we talked about today, I see that there's still a lot to be done. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. But again, as the outsider coming from Mexico, from Catholicism, to me, I'm still amazed. Like, wow, to me, you may be seeing this from a different viewpoint, and you may see faults. Yes, there's always going to be faults, things that we still need to work on, and hopefully make things work in the future. But from my own standpoint, I was like, wow, right now where we're at here at this temple, or Jodo Shinshu as an organization, BCA organization, it's incredible. Because at least we're like, I don't want to say like we're halfway through that process of getting to where we want to get, but we're well out there. Whereas from my past experience with Catholicism, we would never even start having these conversations. So to me, I'm still at that phase of amazement. Like, to me, like, wow, we have female ministers. Wow, we can openly talk about the LGBTQ community. You know, the challenges. How can we help you? What's our end goal? I mean, just having those conversations to me is like amazing. So still a lot of work to be done, but I think we are definitely on the right path.
Thank you. Yeah. Please, Rosalind, go ahead.
My life experience is that at some point I stopped believing that there was a God. and I realized that I was going to separate myself spiritually from people who were very dear to me, friends, family, who continue to be devout Christians and still are. And I'm the outsider. And I know that, and they know that, and nobody has said, well, if you don't believe in God, I can't, we're done here. So, in a sense, that has been something that just knowing that I can't talk to them really about, what I believe. Well, I do talk to them, except I don't call it Buddhism, because what the Buddhist teaching is life teaching. And so when I share about my Buddhism, I share with them in terms of what's true for human beings, what's true for all of us. What I can't share with them is a belief that there's a God, there's a heaven, there's a hell. I do know that they pray for me because they think I'm going to hell. And it's okay. I say, please pray for me. I never turn down prayers. That's fine. What is a prayer? It's a wish for something good for you. So, wish me all the good you want. And so that was one thing. And then the other experience that I've had, my husband and I, has been the heartbreaking loss of 2 children. And Buddhism not teaching about what happens after you die was very comforting to me, that our children were not here. They may be, their energy may be someplace else, but we don't know. The Buddha didn't talk about that. So even though it's been a tremendous sadness, that Buddhism has been a support in teaching impermanence, in teaching change, that everything's going to change, that people we love will one day not be here. And so I find strength in that, in knowing that we're not alone, that there are others who've suffered in the same way or perhaps worse than we have. But the Buddhist teaching of impermanence and of change has really meant a lot. In my practice, it still continues to mean a lot. I also would like to say that it's been really a pleasure to be a part of this panel. We're all learning, we're all teachers, and we learn from hearing each other's experience. We learn from hearing your questions. It teaches us something. So every time we have an interaction, there is something to learn. There's something to take away, to think about. And that's what this panel experience has been for me today. Thank you.
Thank you from me as well. I don't get invited to these things very often, so thank you. But to answer the question that's been presented, I've been very, very lucky that whenever I needed, there was always a teacher or an encounter that has helped me take the next step. But with regards to one of the earlier experiences, it would involve my mother taking me to the temple at a very young age. At the time, the English-speaking minister I grew up at the Eli Betsuin. The English-speaking minister at the time was Reverend Masunaga. Later on, he would become the Rinban at Sacramento and became the first Buddhist chaplain to open the California legislature's proceedings. But while he was at the Eli Betsuin, a lot of the English-speaking members of the temple always complained about how difficult his messages were, something that I'm somewhat familiar with myself. But while being, and I heard all of these comments, but my mom would always be listening to every word that Masunaga Sensei said, and was, let me footnote that. My mom is born and raised in Japan, so English is not her first language. So that was an important detail I forgot to include. But she would listen very intently to what Masunaga Sensei was saying, but his English was not easy, even for a native English speaker to understand. And so my mom would just sit there and struggle and really try to understand what he was saying. So I looked at my mom, and I thought, my mom's first language is not English. I should help her. And so I took on the role of becoming her interpreter. So I would listen as intently as I possibly could, so that after the service, I would be able to explain to my mom what Masunaga Sensei said. While I was listening to Masunaga Sensei, he kept repeating the themes of Amida Buddha and the Buddhist Pure Land, and how the Pure Land was established as a place of beauty, of total equality, where every individual was accepted, respected, and cherished. And as I continued to listen to Masunaga Sensei give those kinds of messages, I began to think, I want to be able to see a world like that. And that was one of the initial impetuses for my wanting to delve into study Jodo Shinshu more deeply, because I felt a need to find a world where there was no animosity, where there was no hatred, where there was no prejudice, and instead how everyone was seen as a jewel. So that's the world that I wanted to be able to see. And thankfully, through the Nembutsu, hopefully now I'm able to share that vision with others as well.
Thank you, Sensei. We are going to, shall we just proceed right into the closing service? People want a short break first, or you'll get a big break if we go right into the service.
Can I go to the restroom first?
Yes, that was really what I was asking. In that case, I'm going to go too. So we'll have this opening service in about 7 to 10 minutes, right?
Okay.
Thank you so much for your participation. I really appreciate you all coming here today. Thanks so much to our panelists for the excellent job. And really every word you taught us something that we don't know.
Thank you. We can get up. We can move.
The rest of us get downstairs?
Downstairs.
going on. And we'll be chanting Sanbutsuge, which is found if you're here in person or have your BTSD service book. It's on page 44. 고겐기기 이진무곡요세엔묘 무요토샤 니치간마니 슈코엔요 가이신논페 윤약주목 뇨라요겐 조세무린 쇼가쿠다이온 호루지포 가이몬 쇼진 삼마이치에 이토쿠무료 슈쇼케우 진타이젠넨 쇼부텐호카이 구진진노 크고가이타이 무묘요쿠누 세손요뮤 닌노시시 진토쿠무료 크군고다이 지혜진묘 고묘이소 신도다이센 강가사붓자쇼 合成特分不行志願一切空空一切大安慶死有分百千億万無量大小修行語者供養一切死と小分不尿具道検証不客非尿語者小分世界無不可計無種鮮度光明師匠変師匠国尿税精進偉人南老老が差分国土第一号式奇妙道場朝鮮国尿内音二無とそがと愛民道断一切自法来生新熱上場意図が国定楽安穏公文神妙税が新書本願の非力少々よ自法生存知恵無下老老子孫知が信行経路心死食読中画行精進人数不敬ナマンダブナマンダブナマンダブナマンダブナマンダブナマンダブガニシクドク平等性祭道菩提心上上安らこKansho Namanda 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 Namanda
Good afternoon. I just, on behalf of the temple, I would like to thank you all for coming today, making time out out of your busy schedule. It was really a really worthwhile seminar, I thought. And so thank you for all those to come in person and for all of you that are live streaming. I also want to thank gratitude to Reverend Iwohara for coming all the way down this morning to be with us in person, and for being our guest speaker, our keynote speaker, and also to Reverend Gibbs for assisting today. Also, thank you to Reverend Smitty and Reverend Imori for also their assistance, and for Reverend Smitty officiating today's service. Also, thank you to the panelists, Arturo Rubio and Smitty, and Rosalind Dong from Vista. We really appreciate your time and your knowledge and your thoughts on today's subject. So anyway, thank you so much, and we hope to see you soon back here when we join the Ichimi group. We will work on that. We'll do it. So thank you so much for coming, and I appreciate everybody's time.
Thanks, everybody, for coming, participating. For those of you online, thank you for taking time out as well to participate from the online version. Really appreciate this opportunity to have this discussion with each other about diversity and how important it is within our Jodo Shinshu tradition.
Thank you again. This concludes our seminar for today. You're welcome to come up for Oshoko to burn incense, and please join us downstairs in the dining room for lunch. Thank you again for attending.